Hello guys, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. So in this series we are going to be developing a Flutter e-commerce app series. So we are going to develop two mobile applications. The first application will be a customer's mobile application. In the customer's mobile application, what we'll be expecting is we are expecting the application to display product listings such as medicine, cosmetics, make orders, to allow the customers to make the orders via the customers application, add products to favorites, and also add products to cart. And then we're also expecting the customer to make payments, so we'll be integrating payment system like PayPal, uh, or they can choose the option for cash, or they are going to use MasterCard. And then the second mobile application that we are going to look at is going to be the farmers mobile application. On this mobile application, will allow the farmers administrator to add products, add categories, and also to manage orders. And also, if there is time, we'll also build a web application for the pharmacy to manage the orders. So the text texts that we are going to use, we are going to be using Firebase for authentication. We are going to use Firebase database, Firebase Firestore, Firebase storage, and then we'll use real-time database if we are going to implement a chat system whereby the customer may want to interact with the pharmacy, right? And then we are going to use riverpod for state management. We are going to use riverpod for state management, and then we are going to use Google Maps to get the customer's exact location, and also to get maybe the farmer's location. And then other thing we are going to use Google Places autocomplete API. This API allows will automatically complete the address of the user if they are typing in their address. So these are the text that we are going to be using. So this series is going to be entirely in Flutter. So the prerequisites for this series is going to be, make sure that you are familiar with Dart, and you have I don't expect you to have some knowledge in Flutter, but we'll walk through everything with you. But I expect you to have at least some knowledge in Dart or object-oriented programming like Java and stuff. And that if you know Java, then you might want to also know functional programming. Be familiar with functional programming. So that's basically it, guys. This is going to be an exciting series, and I hope we'll be able to get out of our comfort zone. Thank you very much, guys. So if you have any suggestions, just put them in the description link below. Welcome back to my video. Welcome back to episode 2 of the e-pharmacy application with the Flutter. So today we are going to create our project, and we are going to set up our project. So the first thing that you need to do is you need to go to your folder where you keep your projects. So let me go to my projects folder. And then create a folder called e-pharmacy. Just say e-pharmacy, e-pharmacy Firebase. And then go into the folder. If you are using Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code on Windows, simply write open terminal and then write code dot, and then we'll open the folder using VS Code. So the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to open my terminal. Flutter create e-farmers. So what this command basically does is going to create our Flutter projects. Okay, but so now our project is finished installing. So as you can see, we have Android, we have iOS, we have Mac OS, we have Linux, and we have web and Windows. So in this course, we are only be focusing on Android and iOS and maybe web for the e-commerce for the e-pharmacy admin application. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to set up our project, our Firebase backend. So what you need to go to Android app and then go to build.gradle into the build.gradle file. And then what you need is you need to look for the package name for the application, right? Inside here we got application ID here. So just copy this and then go to Firebase. Inside Firebase, you should go to console.firebase.google.com. Inside here, if you don't have any project, you see this add project button. You simply click on this, and then we are going to say our project is going to be called eFarmers, and then agree to the terms and conditions. No, we are not going to use Google Analytics. Okay, now that our project is finished, what we need to do is we go to Android. We are going to set up for Android. So paste that package name that we got from our application ID inside our Android folder, and we're just going to say Android Farmer, and then we are just going to we are going to register the app. And then the next thing that we are going to do is we need to download this google.json file. Okay, so if you go into your download folder, right, you will see this google.json file. Copy it, and then we are going to paste it in our go into Android folder, and then inside the app folder, we are going to paste it inside the app folder, right? So inside the app folder, paste it here. And then I'm just going to rename it. It's supposed to be Google, like this. Right. So now that you are done, we need to set up a few things. So we need to add this line. We need to add this line in our Android project. So we need to go to project level build and then build.gradle. So this is project level go build. So we go to this build.gradle here, and then we need to go to you need to paste it after the Kotlin library here. You need to paste it here inside the dependencies. If you can see here, we have the dependencies. You need to paste it inside the dependencies. So the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to add also this line inside our build.gradle, but the build.gradle inside the app folder. So we are going to paste it here, and then we need also to dependencies. We need to use import Firebase dependencies. Okay, so we need to paste it inside the dependencies folder. Okay, yeah. So for the Android part, we are done with the Android part, but we need to set up a Flutter part. So to add this, we need to run this command flutter pub add Firebase core. Sorry. So you should go inside the directory. Inside we should navigate inside our directory and then e-farmers, farmers, farmers, I'm very, I'm sorry guys. Okay, and now we can run our command. Okay, guys, now that we are done adding Firebase to our project and setting up our project for the first time, so in the next video, we are going to be looking into the user interface, how the user interface is going to look, and we are going to create the user interface. So I'll put links in the description on how to download Dart SDK, how to set up Flutter, and how to download VS Code. So thank you for watching, guys. See you in the next episode. Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So continuing with our project on an e-commerce application with Firebase and riverpod. So the first thing that we need to do, we are going to create forms for our sign-in page and our registration page. So we need also to create another register.dat. Okay, so we need these pages must be stateful widgets because we need to manage the state. Okay, so it's going to be sign in. And then let's do the same for the registration page. Just call it register. And then let's import the material.dat file. Okay, let's import the material.dat file. Yeah. Okay, now that we are done, the first thing that we need we need a global key. So this global key is going to monitor the state of our sign-in page. That means if there are any changes to our sign-in page, it's going to monitor those changes, the state changes in our sign-in page. So it's going to be a global key. We're going to call it a form key. This goes to a global key. Then we pass in the form state as the parameter. And then what we need is we need a string to store the email, the user's email, which is going to be an empty string. And then we also need a string to store the user's password. And then here we need to return a scaffold. So a scaffold is a widget that is used to contain an app bar or a bottom, if you want to put widgets such as up bar, a bottom navigation bar, and also the body of the the scaffold widget. Okay, so let's put an up bar. So we want the elevation to be 0, and then we want the background. We want the background color to be white. Okay, so we need to put in a semicolon. And then we need the body. And then we don't want our widgets to protrude into the notification above the we don't want our widgets to protrude above this area. So to do that, we use safe area widget. So, and then we are going to put our widgets in a single child scroll view. Children. So here the child should be a form, and then we need to provide the key, which is our form key variable that we created above. Then we need some spacing at the top, so we are going to use a sized box, and then we will provide a height of 32, and then we need some kind of an image, so it should be constant. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to need a center widget that's going to center our widget, and then the child is going to be a clip rect. The child is going to be a clip rect, and then the border radius going to use a border radius of 20, and then we are going to provide a child and then image.asset, and then let's check into our assets folder. We have the pews.png. So what we are going to do is we're just going to assets icon, and then pews.png, and then we also need to provide the height. agent. And then we need a spacing also, so I'm just going to a constant size box, and then we're going to provide a height of 32. And then the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to put a text form field. We are going to put a text form field enable. We are going to enable suggestions, which is true. Then we are going to the keyboard type. We are going to say that it's a text input type dot email, since we are going to, since it's going to be entered the user's email. Then we need the onChanged. OnChanged method, which is going to monitor the changes that are going to happen when the user inputs their email, right? So it's going to take in the value, and then we are going to set in the email, the variable that we created that was going to store the user's email into the value of the email entered into the text form field, right? And then the next thing is we need to decorate this text form field. So we need to provide an input decoration. And then we need to provide a border. We need to provide a border. So we need to provide a border which is outline input border, which is outline input border. And then it's going to take in, we are going to provide a border radius, border radius dot circular. Then it's going to be 10, and then we need to provide the hint. We need to provide the hint text, which we are going to use, just say email. And then we need also the hint style. The hint style, which I'm going to say text, which is going to be a text style, and then color, which is going to be colors dot black. And then we also need to provide a prefix icon. Okay, so let's provide the prefix icon, which is going to be icons dot email outlined. And then we need also the color, which is going to be colors dot black. And then let's provide the icon size, which is going to say it's 20. Okay, so then the next thing that we are going to do is align label with hint, which is going to be true. And then also we need to validate the data, because we don't want users to enter an invalid email. So to do so, we need a validator. Okay, so to do that we need to go outside the input decoration. We are done with the decoration. Just type in validator. Validator, which is going to take in the value, which is going to take in the entered value, and then what we are going to do is we are going to check if the value, the entered value, is not, if the value is empty. We are going to check if the value is empty, or if the value does not contain the @ symbol. If the value does not contain the @ symbol, okay, I made a mistake. Okay, and then we are going to return invalid email address. Put a semicolon, and then else, that means everything is okay. We are just going to return now. Okay, so now we need a spacing between the text form fields, so we are just going to say constant size box. We are just going to provide the height of 32. Okay, so now what we just need to do is just go to the text form field, copy it. Let's copy it, and then let's paste it, and then let's set the password. Let's also change the hint. And then let's also change the validation. So here we are just going to change the condition from value.contains to if the value.length is less than 6. That means if the length is less than 6 characters, then we are just going to say password is too short. Okay, so now that we are done, so now what we need to do is after the text form field here, we need a divider. So this is just going to give us a division line, and then we need the thickness of the divider. We're just going to set it to 2. And then Then we need a text widget that we are just going to say no account register. And then we need to style it. Style, we need to give it a text style. Color is going to be colors.black. Then a font size, we need to give it a font size of 25. And then we also need to give it a font weight. We need to give it a font weight, and then we need to make it bold. So we're just going to say font weight to bold. What else? Okay, that's it. So the next thing is we need to wrap this center with this text with the center widget. And also we need to wrap it with another widget, which we are going to say a gesture detector. Gesture detector widget. And then this gesture detector widget is going to listen to gestures. So if a user is going to type in the text field, it's going to launch our it's going to listen to those gestures, right? So we're just going to say on tap, right, on tap, then we provide a method. So in the method we want to open another page, so we are going to say navigator dot push and remove until. And then yeah, we need to replace this with material page route, material page route. Then we are going to provide the builder. Which is going to take in the register page. Okay, let's just delete this. It's going to be material page route builder. Then we are going to say build context. Is going to be register. And then we are going to say route said we are going to say navigator dot push and remove until, and then we said he is going to be material page out. Okay. Now that we are done, okay, now we need, this must be constant. Also, this must be a constant. So now that we are done, we need to a button for logging in our user. So we're just going to give it a width of 300, a height of 50, a height of 50, and the child is going to be an elevated button. And then on pressed, we're just going to create a method. We'll take care of this in the next video. And then child, we're going to give it a text widget. So we're going to say login. Okay, we are just going to say it's login. Okay, so now that we are done with the sign-in widget, let's go on to the registration page. So what we are just going to do is we are going to copy this. We are just going to copy this, go into the registration, remove the container widget, and then paste in. So we have a couple of errors. So what we are going to do is let's go on to the sign-in widget, go to the top. Let's also copy these variables and let's paste them. Okay, so let's go. I forgot for the text input type for the password field. Yeah, this should be, we should change this to visible password. And also let's change it here. let's change it to visible password. Okay, so the next thing is for this text form field, for this registration page, what we need to do is we just need to create 3 fields: the password field, the password field, the email field, and the confirm password field. So let's just put the confirm password field, sized box, let's give it a height of 32, and then let's paste the form field below, and then let's change the validation statement, which we are going to say we are just going to, if the value is not equal to the password, and then we are just going to say that passwords do not match. That's so. And then we need to change here that we're just going to say already have an account, sign in, and then let's change this to sign in. Let's import the file, and then let's change this to register. Okay, so that's it. We are done with our input forms for sign-in and registration page. So let's just say sign in, and then let me run the application, and then let's see if it's coming out nice. So let's run the application. Guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video we are going to write the logic for the authentication service using Firebase. So the first thing is you need to create a folder called services, and then we create a file called authservice.dat, and then we create a class named authservice. And then the first thing that we need to do is we need to initialize Firebase auth. So just click Firebase auth, and then this goes to Firebase auth.instance. So, and then the next thing is we need to create a stream for the Firebase users. And then it's going to be a get, and then we say auth state change. Which is our Firebase auth auth state changes. So okay, this, so users can be now, so this is supposed to be null. So what this line of code does is it's going to listen to the stream of the users class in our Firebase class. So and then it's going to monitor if there are any auth state changes. So it's that if a user is logged in or is not logged in or is logged out, so this function, this line of code is just going to monitor that. And then the next thing that we need to do is we need to create a function of type future. So future functions are functions for asynchronous activities. For example, activities that we do not know when they are going to happen. We just know that they will happen in the future. So this function, we are going to call it sign in with email and password. So the first thing is going to have a string. We are going an email, and then we are going to pass in a password. And also we are also going to pass in the build context as a parameter. So since this is an asynchronous activity, we need to use the async keyword. And then the first thing is we need to create a try catch block. So we are first going to try to catch, and then we are going to await the Firebase, and then we are going to sign in our user with email and password. And then for the email, we are going to pass in the email string parameter, and also for the password, we are going to pass in the password string parameter. And also we also need to catch if there are exceptions, that is, if there is any problem with connection to Firebase, we will need to catch those exceptions. So we are just going to say Firebase auth exception, Firebase auth exception, which is we are going to catch the exception. And then if there is an exception, we are going to display a dialog. And then the context, we are going to pass in the context. And then in the builder, we are going to pass in context function, and also it's going to return an alert dialog. And then for the title, we are just going to pass in text, and then the text will be error occurred. And then for the content, we are also passing in the type of exception from Firebase. And then we also need to account for the user's action. So we are going to return a text pattern. So if that button is pressed, we are just going to say navigator.pop, which is just going to return to the widget in which the user tapped the text button. And then For the child, we are just going into display text. Let's say okay. So now that we are done with the sign in with email and password, we also need to create we also need to create the sign up with email and password. And then of type void. So since this is also an asynchronous activity, you're also going to use the async function. And then to create our new user in our Firebase, we use Firebase create user with email and password, and we also need to catch exceptions if there are any exception. Firebase auth exception, and then we are going to catch the exception. And then for the content, we are just going to display the exception from Firebase. And then we need to account for the user's action. Okay. And then we are left with one more function, which is the sign out function. We have another exception that we need to catch. Say, so we're saying that if E is equals to email already in use, then we are going to we are going to show this. Let's just copy this alert dialog. Let's just say show dialog, and then for that we'll just say error occurred. And then for the content, let's give it a text of email already in use. And then let's account for the user's actions, and then let's just show him a text button on pressed, and then we're just going to say navigator.pop. And then here we're just going to say text. Then it's just going to say okay. And then else, if there is another error that we do not know, let's just copy this. Then let's paste it, and then let's just say error, and then $e. Okay, and then we are left with one more function, which is the sign out. So we're just going to create a function of future type of void. That means that our function does not return anything, and then we are going to say sign out. And then await. So this is supposed to be an async function. Firebase auth dot sign out. Okay, so now we are done with our auth service for our authentication. So the first thing we did is we initiated Firebase, and then we created a stream that is going to listen if there are any auth state changes in Firebase. That means if our user is signed in, if he's not signed in, or if he's logged out. And then we created another function which is sign in with email and password, that takes in the email string, password string, and also a build context. And then we are going to try to sign in our user with an email and also in password. If that doesn't go well, if there is an exception, we are just going to display an alert dialog showing that there is an exception. Then this exception is going to come from Firebase. The same thing with our sign up with email and password. We are going to sign up our user with an email and then password, and then if there is any error, we are going to display the exception. If the account already in use, we are going to show an exception to the user that the account is already in use. And then lastly, we created our sign out function that is going to sign out our user from our application. And then the next thing that we need to do is we need to create our auth providers. So let's go there, and then let's create auth provider. auth provider dot dat. So what this auth provider will do is that it will allow us to access our auth service from any widget in our application, right? So we'll be using riverpod as a state management for accessing the auth service. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to create an auth provider, which is of type provider, and is going to take in our auth service class, and then it's going to have a reference. So we need to import this provider from riverpod. As you can see, we now have riverpod. So this our auth provider is going to return the auth service class, right? It's going to return the auth service class, and then we are also going to have another provider that we are going to say auth state provider. So what this provider will do is it will listen to any authentication state changes in our application. So it's going to be a type of stream. It's going to be a type of stream provider, and then it's going to listen to the user. It's going to listen to the users from Firebase, right? And then it's going to take in a reference as a parameter, which we'll use to access, which flutter widgets we'll use to access information to read information from the stream provider, right? So we are going to return reference. So as you can see, reference.read, that means that it's going to read from auth provider and then .auth state changes. So what this provider will do is that it's going to take in a stream of provider, a type of user or user from Firebase, right? Which can be null. We can have sometimes our application will not have any user, right? And then we have the reference, which will be used to read any providers from Firebase. In this case, we are reading our authentication provider, and then from our authentication provider, we are going to read the auth state change. As you can see, we are going to read the auth state change. As you can remember, this auth state change that monitors if our user is signed in or is signed out, right? So we created the auth state provider so that we can access the state of the user from anywhere in our application. That is, if our user is logged in or is logged out, we want to access that from anywhere in our application, right? So the next thing that we are going to do is now we are going to move on to the layout. So on the layout, if on the pages, we are going to create a page called auth checker. Auth checker.dat. So this is going to be a stateless widget, and then we are going to say auth checker. And then what we need to do is if we want to consume or if we want to read data from our providers in riverpod, we change this this stateless widget to consumer widget, since we want to consume the data from our riverpod providers, right? And then we need to remove this constant and then the next thing that we need to do is we need to pass in the widget reference, which is widget reference ref. So this will allow us to watch or read any provider, right? So now the first thing that we need to do is we need to initialize our provider. We're going to say auth state is equals to reference dot watch. So we are going to watch our auth state provider. So if you remember from our providers, we have this auth state provider that we are going to watch it. So if there are any changes, they are going to be updated since we are watching this auth state provider, right? So now we remove this container and then we are going to return auth state dot made a typo. We are going to return auth state dot when, and then for the data we are going to say data and then we are saying if data is not equal to now. That means that if our user is not signed out, or if our user is not signed out, right, or if our user data is not equal to now, that means that if our user is signed in, right, we are going to return the home page, right? We are going to return the home page. So let's import it. We are going to import the home page, else we are going to return the sign in page. That means that if they are not signed in, we are going to return them to the sign in page. And then for the error, we need to create the error screen, right? We need to create the error screen. So just go and say error screen dot dat, and then it's going to be a stateless widget. So we need to import the material.dat, and then we need to pass in an object e, and then we need to pass in also stack trace, which can be now. Then we can say trace, and then we need to pass in these variables in our constructor. So this dot e, and then this dot trace. And then we need to return a scaffold. And then the body is going to be a column. So I'm going to have the main axis alignment dot center. And then children, and then we are going to display a text of e.toString, and then another text trace to string. So here we need to pass in the required parameter. Okay, so let's go back to our auth checker. Let's go back to our auth checker page, and then on this area we are going to pass in a function that's going to take in the e and then the trace, and then it's going to return our error screen. It's going to return our error screen, and then the e, going to pass in the e, and then trace, we are going to pass in the trace. Okay, and then we are left with the loading part. So now we need to go back to our pages and then create the loading screen. Loading screen dot. And then we need it to be also a stateless widget, and then we are just going to say loading screen. And then we are going to import the material.dat file. And then on the loading screen, we are just going to return a scaffold. And then in the body, we are just going to return a center widget with a child of a secular progress bar, secular progress indicator. Okay, so let's add a constant modifier. Okay, so now let's go back to our application, to our auth checker file, and then on the loading we are just going to return the loading screen. Just going to return the loading screen. Okay, so now let's go into our main.dat file. We still have an error. Okay, now we are done with our auth checker file, our auth checker widget. So what this auth checker does is we say it's going to use the consumer widget, which is from riverpod, and then also it's going to have this widget reference that allows us to watch the auth state provider that is in our providers, this auth state provider. So, and then we are going to return the data in the auth state provider. So if our data in the auth state provider, that means that if the state of our auth state provider, that means that if our user is not equal to, if our user is logged in, if they are logged in, we are going to return them to the home screen. If they are not, we are going to return them to the sign in screen. If there is an error, we are going to display it using our error screen. And then if our application is still loading, we are going to just use the loading screen to show our secular progress indicator, right? And then let's move on to the main.dat file. In the main.dat file, what we need to do is in this my app, we need to wrap this widget. We need to wrap this widget with a provider scope from riverpod. The provider scope. So what this provider scope does is that it allows us to access our widgets to access data from anywhere in our application. So if you remember, using flutter is a list of widgets. So if the data needs to be passed. It needs to be passed from the parent widget to the child widgets. That means that if we have a lot of widgets, this is going to strain our application, and it's going to make it slow. So what riverpod does is allows our child widgets to be able to access data directly without them passing through the parent's widget. So that's what this provider scope does. And then the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to initialize Firebase. So we have created another provider in our main.dat file. This provider is a type of future provider that is going to listen to the Firebase app, which represents a single Firebase app instance, and then it's going to return an initialization of our Firebase application, right? So inside our my app widget, we are going to change this to consumer widget. And then if you still remember, we need to pass in the widget reference here. So what this widget reference does, it will allow us to initialize to read our Firebase initializer provider. And then inside this home, we are going to return initialize provider dot when, and then if there's data, that means that if our Firebase app is initialized, we are going to return the auth checker, which is going to check if our user is signed in or not, if you still remember. And then let's import the auth checker class. And then if there is an error, we are just going to return our error class. We're going to return the error screen, which is going to take in ESE trace as tech trace. And then we also have the loading part, which is going just to return our loading screen. So let's so it seems as if there is an error. Okay, let's see. So initialize dot when, and then we have the data. And then we are going to have loading. Okay, so there seems to be an error. I don't know. We need to remove this constant. Okay. Then we need to import this state change class. Okay. So we are done with main.dat file. So what we are doing is we are creating an Firebase initializer that is going to initialize our instance of our Firebase application. So to monitor that we created this provider, and then we access this provider using the ref.watch method, and then we initialize it. If our application is already initialized, then we are going to return the auth checker, which is going to check if our user is authenticated or not. If there is an error, we are going to display that error using the error screen. If it's still loading, we are going to show a circular progress bar. So now that our application is done, let's try to debug it. Okay, my app is not accepted. Okay, let's try to run it. Okay, so I'm waiting for the application to load, so I'll be back once. Okay, now the next thing that we need to do is we need to go in our sign-in.dat file that we created last week, and then we'll go to our elevated button, and then inside our elevated button, so the first thing that we need to do is we need to initialize our auth service class, or the service auth services custom. So we need to import this class. So now let's go on to our elevated pattern that we created. So now we need to do is auth service dot, and then we are just going to sign in email with email and password. So which is going to be email dot trim, and then here we're also going to do the same for the password dot trim. And then we need also to go in our register page. So let's first initialize our auth service class. And then let's go to our radio button, and then on the onPressed method, let's just say auth okay, sorry, auth service dot sign up with email and password. So here we're just going to say email what did we call these variables? Okay, email dot trim, and then the password dot trim. Okay, now that our application is done, let's reload our application. And then let's try to register. Okay guys, so since we didn't get a response when the user registers, so I've used this navigator.push, which is going to redirect the user to the sign in page once they are registered on Firebase, right? So let's try to register our user. And then let's see, as you can see, and then let's try to log in. So okay, what we want to do is let's copy this, and then let's go to our sign in page, and then in our sign in.dat file, and then we want to make sure so let's first copy this navigator.push method, and then let's paste it in our on pressed, and then let's change this to home. So we want to make sure that once they are signed in, we want to redirect them to the home page. Yeah, let's reload our application. And then let's try to log in. And then as you can see, now we are now on the home page. That means that our user was signed in successfully. And then if we go back to our Firebase, you can see we now have itempo at software.com. Let's try to close this application. Let's close it, and then let's try to open it again, and let's see what happens. And then as you can see, since we are already signed in, our app just directs us to the home page, right? So thank you for watching, guys. If you found this video useful, make sure you don't forget to click on the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell on. So moving on with our e-commerce application, today we are going to be creating the home UI and also the product details UI. So as you can see, we have this section which is the search text field. We have this section with the categories, and then also we have this section that is the products, and then we have this bottom navigation view, and we also have. Okay, now let's develop our home UI. So the first thing that we need to create is we are going to create a bottom navigation bar, right? So we will first have to create an integer for the selected index that will be used to assign the selected widget, the selected page that the user clicks, right, when he clicks the button on the bottom navigation bar. So, and then we also need to create another method called on item tab. Sorry, this should be supposed, this must be an underscore. So this takes in an index. And then we are going to set the state, and then we are going to assign our selected index to the index, right? Now the next thing that we need to do is we need to create a list of widgets, of type widget, right? And then we are going to name it pages, and then it's going to have the first page on our home UI is going to be the main page. So we are going to have the main page widget, the favorite page, the cart page, and also the profile. This is supposed to be cart page. Okay, so now let's go into our scaffold widget, and then let's say bottom navigation bar is equals to bottom and then it's going to take in, we must have the background color. We want the background color to be white, so we are going to say colors.white. And then we want the selected item color. That means the color, we want the color that's a color that to be assigned when the user clicks on the button on the bottom navigation bar. So we're just going to say, let's give it a blue color, right? And then we want the current index to be equal to the selected index, right? And then we want on tap, when the user taps it, we want to use our on tap method that we created on item tap, right? And then the next thing is we need to provide the items. So it's a list of items. So the first one is bottom navigation bar item. Bottom navigation bar item. And then we are going to provide an icon. So the icon is going to be icons dot home. And then we want the color to be blue. The color of the icons, we want it to be blue. And then we want the size of the icon to be 30. Then the next thing is you need to provide the label. The label, we are just going to give it a label of home. And then let's copy this item 3 more times. Then let's paste it the last time. And then for the next time, let's just change it to favorite. Change this to favorite. Let's just say icons dot favorite. Okay, so let's give it a constant. It's supposed to. Okay. Let's just give it a constant. And then here, let's change this one to cut. Let's just change it to cut. And then let's change this one to shopping bag. Shopping bag outlined. Shopping bag outlined. And then the next one is going to be profile. Then let's just say icons.person. Okay. So now we are done with the, and then we are done with the, we are not yet done, let's say, and then we need a body. And then the body, we are going to say pages, the pages that we list, and then we just pass in the selected index, right? As you can see, now we are done with the, home UI. Now it should display a bottom navigation bar. So now the next part is we are going to be moving on to the main page. That will be the main page displayed on our home page. Okay. So moving on to our main page, as you can remember, we have this search field, the categories, items, and then the products here. So let's move on to the main page dot. So let's remove this container into a scaffold widget. And then inside the scaffold widget, the body, we need a body. The body must be a single child scroll view. Single child scroll view. And then we need to provide the child, which is a column widget. And then we need to provide the list of children, right? And then the first thing that we need is we need a height. Which you are going to get from media query. Dot size and then dot height. Okay. So inside the column widget, we need a spacing. So we use the sized box to space it. Sized box. And then we provide a height of 50 from the top. And then the next thing that we need is we need a text field. And then we need to decorate it using the input decoration. And then the first thing is the border, which is going to be none. And then we need a prefix icon, which is going to be icon widget icons dot search. And then we need to provide a size of 20. And color of black. And then we also need a suffix icon, which is icons.tune. And then inside our text field, we need a hint, which we're going to say hint text, which is going to be search product. And then we need to style the hint using the hint style property. And then we provide a text style. The color of colors dot black and a font size of 18. And then we also need to add some padding to our text form field, which is content padding. Then we're going to say edge insets dot only. We only need from the top, and then it's going to be 12 pixels. And then the next thing that we need to do is to wrap our text field inside a sized box. Let's wrap it inside a sized box widget. And then let's give it a height of 0.99, and then let's wrap the sized box inside of a card view, So let's just wrap it with a card, and then let's provide an elevation of 1. So like this. So we need to put a constant here. Now we have we've done the text field section. Now we need to move on the categories items section. So now that we are done with the search section, now we need to move on to the category section. We need to display categories in our application. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to create a categories model. So in our categories model class, we want an image. We want the name of the category and the image of the category, right? And we need to provide the constructor. So we want the name, and we also want the image. Okay, let's put a semicolon. So right now we don't have we are not connected to Firebase Firestore. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a fake data. We are going to create some fake data, and then in the next video we are going to take care of this using Firebase Firestore. So let's just create a folder named fake data. Inside this folder, let's create a dat class called fake data .dat. And then let's call it class fake data, like this. And then what we need to do is we need to create a list of categories. We're going to list a list of categories. The categories are going to be a type of categories model. So we need to import this class. Okay. Which is equal to a list of categories. So what we need to do is we just say category model. And then we need to provide the name. So the first one is going to be contraceptives. Contraceptives, and then we need to provide the path of the image. So as you can see, if we go to my GitHub repo, you get these images. You can download them from my GitHub repo. We have this category contraceptive pills, and then if we go into our pub.yaml file, so let's just go to our pub.yaml file. If we go into our pub.yaml file, we can see that we have registered this asset class. We have registered this asset class. We have the assets categories, and then we have the asset products. Make sure you don't forget this. Otherwise, if you forget this, you are going to get an error. So we are going to say contraceptives, and then it's from assets / categories. And then / is going to be contraceptive pills. So this is our first category, and then let's just copy this. And then let's just paste it a couple of times. And then what we are going to do is we are going to change the name. This is going to be cough syrup. And then let's change this to then let's also change this from, and then let's say magnesium pills. Let's also change the path name. Let's also change this name to painkillers. And let's also change this to painkiller.png. And then also let's change this ARVs. Let's change that to test tube. Okay, now we have our fake data, let's just put a semicolon here. Now that we have our fake data, so what we need to do is if we go back to our main dot page, below this search field, what we need to do is we need to have our categories below this search field. But I don't want to write the categories widget inside here because it makes this UI untidy. So one way we can do this is we can create another component we can create another component, another folder called components. Code components, and then inside there we are going to create the categories. We are going to create the categories section, right? Let's just call it category widget. Let's just call it home category widget .dat. So it's going to be a stateless widget. Okay. So in our categories widget, we need a container. Let's give it a height of 150. Let's give it a height of 150, and then we want the child to be a scroll view, a list view, right? We want the child to be a list view. So we are going to use list view .builder. So if you don't understand list views and the builder method, make sure you check my video about list view, right? So the first thing that we need to provide the item, we need to provide the item count. We need to provide the item count, and then the item count is going to be our fake data. Okay, let's import the fake data class. And then with the length. And then the next method is going to be, so before this, we need to provide the shrimp rep. Which is going to be true. And then we need to also to provide the physics. Which is going to be the clamping physics. And then the item builder. So for the item builder, we need to provide the context and the index. Context and also the index. So I forgot, also we need the scroll direction. In this case, we want it to be horizontal. We want to scroll sideways. So I'm going to say axis.horizontal. Right. So inside our item builder, we need to return a padding widget, and then we are just going to say edge insets dot all. then we need to provide a padding of 8. And then we need to provide the child, and then we need a column. And then we need to provide the children of the column widget. So the first widget is going to be a circle avatar. The circle avatar widget, and its color, and then its child is going to be an image dot asset. And then we need to provide the name we need to provide the path of the image. So we are going to say fake data. Remember the fake data class that we created. Dot categories, and then we provide the index, and then we provide the image path, and then it can be null, so we use the nullable. And then we need to provide the fit, which I'm going to say box fit dot cover. And then we need to provide a height of 120. And then a width of 120. And then below the circle avatar, we need now to provide the text, which is going to display the name of the category. So I'm going to say, coming from our fake data class, dot categories, and then we provide the index, the name of the category, and then it can be nullable, so we provide the exclamation mark, and then let's just style it. Let's give it a font size of 15. Let's give it a font weight. Let's say font weight .w400, font weight of 400. And then let's just provide an exclamation mark. Okay, this should be supposed to be a constant. Now, so left out the constant, and then left out the constant. Okay. Okay. So now that our categories widget is done, let's go into our main page. I'm sorry about the helicopter noise. I live near a hospital, so there are always helicopters going there. So let's just provide some space. Let's use the size box with a height of 16. And then home kit. Let's just say home. What did we name it? Said home category. Supposed to be home category widget. Okay, let's go into our main and then home category widget. So we need to import it. Okay, so left out a constant here. So let's reload our application and let's see. As you can see, we now have our categories. So in the next section, we are going to move on to the product section. So let's moving on to the product section. What we need to do is we just need to do the same things that we did with the categories module. Let's go into our models folder and then let's just create a product model class. And then what we need is we need the product image. We also need the product name. We also need the product price, which we are going to use. It's going to be a double. Okay, and then we need a boolean for checking if the product is available. So let's just call it is available. We also need the product description. Okay, this is typing error. Okay, and then let's create the constructor. And then the product image. We need a product name. then product description. Okay, we're done with this section. Okay, let's just leave it like this. We're done with this section, and then let's go again into our fake data class. So let's go into our fake data class, and below the category list, we are going to create another list of type product model. And then we are going to just call it products. It's going to be a list. Then let's import it. Okay, inside there we need to populate this list with product model class. As you can see, we need the product image, we need the product image. As you can see, I have this assets folder. In this assets folder, we have also the the products, right? So the first product is going to be, we have product image. First product is going to be assets products slash then arv dot jpg. So we are just going to call it arv tablets. And then for the product price, let's guys just give them a product price of, let's say, $99. And then for the product description, I'm not going to type out the description. So what we need to do for the product description, let's just go and grab some dummy text from Lorem Ipsum. So let's just generate 30 words. So let's just copy this Lorem Ipsum text. And then inside our description, let's just paste it. And then let's copy this. So let's copy this product. Let's copy this. And then let's move on to the next product. And then let's change this to BP tablets, blood pressure tablets. And then let's change this to, let's just say TB. Let's just say BP tablets. Let's give them a price of $4.99. Let's leave the product description as it is, and then let's paste again. Okay, so let's just change this. The next one is going to be clinical masks. Okay. Let's change them to 0.99. The next one is going to be cortex. Let's change them to cortex. Cortex.jpeg. $11.99, and then let's go to the cough syrup. This is supposed to be JPEG. Let's change this to cough syrup. .jpg. Let's change the cough syrup to $3.99. And then the next one is going to be Durex. .jpeg. Let's change this to Durex. Let's just do $13.99. Okay, so the next one, we're going to change it to gloves. Then it's going to be gloves, and then the price is going to be $2.99. And then let's change the painkillers. The painkillers, let's make them just 99 cents. Then we're left with just one more item. In this case, it's going to be sanitary pads. Okay, let's make them $5.99. Okay, and then let's create our inside our components again. Let's create the product widget .dat file. Again, it's going to be a stateless widget. And let's change this to product widget. Let's import the material.dat dependency, and then let's change this to grid view. And then let's provide it with a grid delegate, which is going to be a sliver grid delegate with a fixed cross axis. And then we need the cross-axis count, which is going to be 2. So in a grid, we are going to have 2 items. And then we need to provide the child aspect ratio. We need to provide the child aspect ratio, which is going to be 2/3. And then item count. We need to provide the item oh, I'm sorry, this was supposed to be the builder. And then we are supposed to provide the item count, we use fake data from our previous class that we created, products. So let's import this class .products .length. Okay, so the next thing is the shrimp rep. And then the physics, we need to provide the physics. And then we need to provide the score direction. They are going to say axis dot vertical. And then the last one is the item builder, which is going to take in the context and the index. And then it's going to return a padding. Which is going to be 2. And then we are going to provide the child which is going to be a card, and then the child of the card. And then first we need to style this card. We need to provide it with a shape which is rounded, rectangular border. Or it's rectangle. And then we are going to give it a border radius. A border radius of 20. And then here we need to provide an elevation of 1. And then the child is going to be a container. We need to give it a height and a width. The height is going to be 180. The width is going to be 180. The next thing is the decor. We need to provide a decoration. We need to provide a decoration. And then we need to provide the color. We need to provide a color. Which is white, and a border radius. And then this, inside this container, we need to provide a column. And then a children. then the first one is going to be an image asset. Then it's going to be fake data dot products. Then provide the index dot product image. And then we need to provide the fit. I made a typo. It's supposed to be image.asset. Then it can be nullable. And then we are going to say box fit dot fit height. We give it a height of 150. Then the next widget is we need to give it a text, but we need to center this text. The text, and then we are going to say fake data dot products, provide the index, and then the product name. It can be nullable, and then we need to style this. And then we need to add a spacing. And then we need to add another text. So we're going to say text and say provide an index, and then it's product price, and then we style it. and then let's just add a constant. And then we are done with the product section. So now let's go into our main.page file. Under this home category, what we are going to do is we are going to just provide a row widget and children. Inside this we are going to have a text, and then we are going to say products. The first text is going to be products, the second one is going to be text, it's going to be see all, and then let's just let's style this. Font size 30, and then the font weight let's use font weight dot bold, and then let's just copy this text style. Let's just copy this and paste it in the next section. Let's go back. Let's change this to 20. Let's just provide this the constant. Let's just make this with children into constants. Okay, now that we are done with this, let's go into the next section, and then let's just say product. Product widget. And then let's just import this. And then let's wrap this with a padding. And also let's wrap this also with a padding. Okay, now that our section is done, let's reload the application. Let's see. So as you can see now, we now have this home page, right? As you can see, we are done. Now what we need to do is in the in a row, let's go into the main. Let's put the main axis alignment. Let's just say main axis alignment is on main. Axis alignment dot space between. Okay, and then the other thing, let's just reduce this font size to 25, and then this one to 14 to 15. Let's reload the application. Perfect. So we are done with this video. I'll see you in the next video when we will be integrating and using Firebase Firestore. Make sure you click on the like button, comment in the comment section, and then turn on the notification bell. Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video, I'll continue with our e-commerce series using Flutter. So in this series, we are going to be retrieving categories from Firebase Firestore. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to go to our Firebase dashboard, right? We need to go to our Firebase dashboard, and then the first thing that we need to do is you need to go to get started, and then you must start in production mode, and then choose the location that's near you. So now that it's done setting up Firebase storage, what we need to do is we need to create a folder called categories. So, and then just click add folder. So let's just create a folder called categories, and let's just add the folder. So in this categories folder, what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload a few icons. So I'm just going to in my downloads, and then I'm just going to upload a few icons. So I'll include these icons in my GitHub repo. Okay, so now that we have our categories, what we need to do is we need to go to access token. This where it's written access token. So just copy this access token, and then we go into our Firebase Firestore database. Make sure that your Firestore database, make sure that it's in production mode. That make sure that it's allowed you to read and write data. Okay, so let's go to the data, and then we need a collection. So our collection is going to be category. Our collection name is going to be categories. So just add this collection name, and then the next thing that we need is the document ID. So just use for the document ID, we just use the auto ID, and then for the field name, we are going to have the image field, and then the value we just leave it as a string, and then we go to the name. So for the name, let's just say it's surgical instruments. Let's just say surgical instruments. So let's just go back to our Firebase file storage. I just want to check it's contraceptive. Okay, so let's go back to our Firebase file store, and then this should be contraceptives. Let's just update it. So let's go back again into our Firebase storage, and then let's just copy this access token, and then we are going to we'll go back, and then we create another document. Let's just add another document, use auto ID, so the image, and then we paste the access token, which is the image download URL, and then the name, we're just going to call it cough syrup. Okay, and then let's go back again, and then let's copy this access token. Then let's go back again into our categories. Let's add a document, and then the auto ID, the image, we are going to put the download URL, and then the name, let's just put the masks. Let's just say masks. Okay, let's go back again to our storage categories, and then let's copy the access token for the surgical instruments, and then we just do the same thing that we've been doing all along. Auto ID, image, and then we paste the download URL, and then the name is going to be surgical instruments. Okay, now we're done with setting up the database site, so let's actually move into the code, and let's see how we are going to retrieve these categories in Flutter. Okay, so coming back to our Flutter project, we need to just set up a few folders in our Flutter project. So the first folder is going to be constants. So let's just create that folder, constants, and then the next folder that we need is core, and then the next folder that we are going to need is controllers. And then okay, so okay, I made a mistake. Let me just delete this folder. So it's controllers. Okay, so inside the core folder, that's where we are going to put our error handle. That's where we are going to handle most of our errors in Flutter. So it's a common practice that you must handle errors in a proper manner, so that if anything wrong happens, it should notify the user about the error in simple form, right? So we are going to have a class called failure.dat. We are going to have so this class is going to be so this class is just going to display a string message about the failure. Then let's provide the constructor. Now that we are done, now the next class that we need is what we call type defs or type definitions, right? So here we need a package named fpdat. So just go to pub.dev packages /fpdat, and then you go into the pubsec.yaml, and then just paste this package below the dependencies. Paste it below the dependencies. Okay, now let's add a couple of dependencies. I can see that there are some dependencies that are missing. Flutter, Firebase, dependencies. So already we have Firebase core and Firebase auth. So what we need is we need Firebase Firestore. Okay. Okay, it's supposed to be pubdev. Okay, so let's copy it and then let's paste it below. And then we also need Firebase storage. So let's say Firebase storage. Yeah. So let's copy it and then let's also paste it inside our pubsec.yaml, and then let's wait for it to finish running. Okay. Now that our pubsec.yaml is finished updating our dependencies, so what we are going to do is we are just going to say type definition of we are going to future either. So I'm just going to explain what this either is of type T. Is equals to the future of either. Failure. And then type T. So we need to import this either. fpdat from fpdat, and then we also need to import the failure.dat. Okay, so Okay, this should be a small letter V. Okay, so you might be wondering, what's this either? So here we're just giving this type definition, future either of type T is equals to the future of either. So what this either class does, that it allows for two objects, right? It allows us to have two objects. We have the failure and the type T object, right? So that means that the either class, what the either class does is that these objects do not exist at the same time. So that means that if there is that means that in our project, if we are going to have a success, let's say getting categories from Firebase, there is no way we are going to have a success and failure at the same time. So what this either allows us, it allows us to only have one object at the same time. For example, on this, as you can see on this left hand side, we have the failure. So that means if there is a failure, we're only going to get the left hand side, which is failure. If there is a success of type T, we are going to get the success of type T on the right hand side. And then also defined another type definition of future void, which is future either. This one is going to just return a void, right? So now let's go into our services, folder. If you see, we have this services folder. What we are going to do is we are just going to say categories .dat. So in here, that's where we are going to get categories from Firebase Firestore. So in our categories service, let's just create a class called category service. So okay, before we do that, let's go into our models folder. So into our models folder, we have the categories model. So what we need to do is we need to just generate a data class. Okay, so now that we have generated a data class, if you don't know how to generate this data class, I'll put the code. You just copy the code from the GitHub repository. So in our category service, the first thing that we need to do is we need to initialize the Firebase Firestore. Firebase Firestore. So let's just import the dependence. Wait, let's just see in the pubsec.yaml. We have cloud Firestore. Okay. Okay. And then let's create the constructor. So let's just say required Firebase Firestore Firestore. And then we just need to set up this Firebase Firestore to the one in our constructor. storage should be required. Okay, so now we are going to get the categories. To get the categories, what we are going to use, the stream. So a stream is part of asynchronous programming in that it allows us to get a stream of data. For example, if we have data from our API, we can just get it as a stream, just like water. Water flows in a stream of water, so our data will be coming in the form of a stream. So what happens is that, let's say if you connect a pipe to a tap, that means the water will flow from the tap to the source that you want your water to flow to. The same applies with a stream. A stream allows us to listen. In this case, we are listening to Firebase Firestore. Okay, so we are going to need a stream which is going to be a list of categories, right? So let's check in our categories model. So let's just rename it to category. Okay, let's just get rid of everything. Then let's generate the data class. Okay, so let's go back in our categories service. Let's rename it. Here it's written categories. Let's just rename it to categories service. Okay, a stream of categories, right? Okay, we named it as category. I'm sorry, it's supposed to be category. Okay, and then let's import it. And then it's going to be the get categories. And then we are going to return in the constants. Let's go in our constants, and then in our constants, let's create a class called Firebase constants. Firebase constants dot. Then let's just say class Firebase constants. So in this class we are going to say string categories is equals to categories. Okay, I'm sorry, this must be a constant since these variables are not going to change. Okay, categories, right? Let's check what did we name our, yeah, it's categories. Okay, so let's go back. And then in our category service, category service, before we need to get the collection reference. That is the reference of where our categories are. And then I'll just gate get categories goes to Firestore. It's to Firestore dot collection. And then we are going to just say Firebase Firebase constants. So let's just import this class. Okay, Firebase constants dot categories. Okay. Now that we have our collection reference, we are just going to return categories dot snapshot of the data, and then we are just going to map through the documents. We're just going to map through the documents. As you can see, these documents. So what we are going, we'll be looping through each document, right? So we are just going to map through the document. So first we need to create a list, an empty list of categories. An empty list of category that we are just going to call categories. This goes to the empty list. And then we are just going to say for an event docs. So what we are going to do is we are just looping through that for every document in event.docs, event.documents. So we are just going to say that for every document in the categories, we are just going to say categories dot add. And then we're going to say categories dot from category dot from map. I'm just going to document dot data, the data in the documents as map string dynamic. And then after this, we are just going to return the categories. Sorry, let's copy this inside. We are just going to return the, okay, let's just say categories list so that we do not, so that it does not conflict with this. Let's just say categories list. Return categories list. Okay. So what are we doing here? We're retrieving a stream of categories from Firebase Firestore, and then we are just returning the categories snapshot, and then we are going to map through each and every document in our categories. So as we map through each and every document in our categories, we are going to add the data in our documents inside our categories list, and then here we are just converting this data from our documents from the JSON format into the object-oriented format that Flutter understands. Okay. So now that we have done this, the next thing that we need to do is we need to make this categories service folder accessible in the categories controller. So how do we do that? So we just say final categories service provider is equal to the provider. If you still remember the last time in the previous episode we talked about riverpod. So what it does is that riverpod, it allows us to access any type of state in any parts of our application. So we are just going to provide the reference to the categories service class. But as you can see, we have this Firestore variable that's in our constructor, and this Firestore variable is required. So how do we go about it? So if we go into our folder, we have this providers folder. We can just create a file called Firebase providers. Firebase providers .dat. So what we are going to do is we are just going to say final Firebase Firestore provider is equal to provider, and then we provide the reference to Firebase Firestore .instance. So we're just providing this. So what we need to import first is a riverpod package. Then we need to let's just go into our category service. Then let's just copy this this cloud Firestore, this import statement for cloud Firestore. Let's just paste it. Is it refusing? Okay, Firebase Firestore. Okay. So to save us time in the next videos, I'm just going to do this this is supposed to be instance. We're also just going to do it also for the auth provider. Firebase auth provider is goes to provider. We provide the reference. also do it for the Firebase. We'll also do it for the Firebase storage. Firebase storage. Okay, now let's import the Firebase auth. Let's also import Firebase storage. Okay, let's just go back into our Firebase storage. Let's just copy this import statement. Let's just copy it and then let's paste it. Okay, so now that we have the Firebase providers, what these Firebase providers does is that as you can see, we have this Firebase Firestore provider. It allows us to access it anywhere in our file. For example, here, as you can see, here our category service requires an instance of Firebase storage. So what we are just going to do is we are just going to say reference.watch, and then we are just going to say Firebase. What did we name it here? We just say Firebase Firestore provider. As you can see, now we just need to import the folder. Semicolon, and then we just need to import. It's Firebase Firestore provider. Just copy it like this. Let's just paste it in. Okay, let's just import it. As you can see, now we have our categories service. So now we need to go into our categories controller. So before we go into our categories controller, I would like to explain the architecture of this application, why we are using the category service categories controller. Okay guys, so in this video we are going to be using this architecture, whereby we have the service, we have the controller, and then we have the widgets. So what's happening is that the controller is going to monitor the changes from the services. Okay, so what's going to happen is that the service is going to get the data from the Firebase, Firestore, and then the controller is going to monitor if there are any changes in the services using the reference.watch, which is a riverpod way of monitoring changes in the providers. And then the widgets are going to monitor if there is any change in the controller and then update the UI according to the changes, or the user is going to trigger certain events that are going to request data from the controller, which is going to request data from the services, right? So now going back into our four projects, we have to go back to the controllers folder. In the controllers folder, so let's just have the category controller dot. So in the categories controller, what we are going to do is that we are going to create a class. We are going to create a class categories controller. This class is going to extend a state notifier from riverpod, and then the state is going to be of type boolean. So what happens is that if we go into riverpod's documentation, we can see that the state notifier is used to exposing an immutable state which can change over time after reacting to custom events. So if you remember, I say that if the user triggers certain events in our user interface, this is going to trigger a state change from the controller, right? So that's how we are going to use the state notifier from riverpod. Okay, so let's just import the riverpod package. Okay, let's import the riverpod package. Okay. Okay, so let's just go into our services folder, and then let's just let's just copy the riverpod import statement, and then let's paste it in our categories controller. What's going on? It should be state notifier. Okay, state. Okay, state notifier. So as we are going to have the category service, and then we are going also to have the reference from riverpod. Then also we need the instance for the Firebase storage. For the Firebase storage service. So let's just leave this one. We'll come back and do refactoring in the next video. Okay. So and then we're just going to say categories controller. Then it's going to take the category service. Then also we need the reference. And then we need to set this. Okay. The category service is goes to category service. And then the reference. This goes to the reference. Okay, and then also we need to says super, which is equal to false. Okay. So in the categories controller. So in the categories controller, we are just going to have a stream, which is going to be a list. Which is going to be a list of categories. And then we're just saying get categories in the stream. And then let's import. So this is supposed to be category, a list of category. And then let's import this. Okay. So we are going to return the category service dot get categories, as you can see. So we are just going to return the categories. Sorry, I forgot. As you can see. So now, as you can see, we are in our category service here. We have this method, the get categories. As I said, the category service is responsible for getting these categories from the Firebase Firestore. And then we are just going to get this categories. We're going to return the category service, and then we get the categories from the category service, right? So that's it with that's all about the categories controller. Now what we need to do is we're just going to say final categories controller provider is equal to state notifier provider. State notifier provider. So in the state notifier provider, what we are just going to do is we are going to return state notifier provider. State notifier provider, which is a provider of type categories controller. Categories controller, and also boolean. Then we're going to have a reference. So here what we are going to do, we are just going to say final categories service is equals to ref.watch. Is equals to ref.watch. So what we want to watch is we want to watch this category service. So we want to watch if there are any changes to this categories changes, then it will automatically update our provider. So let's just copy this categories service provider. Let's paste it. And then we are going to return the categories controller, and then the category service we are going to just pass in. We are just going to pass in the categories service provider that we are the category service that we are monitoring from the category service provider, and then we provide the reference. Then like once we are like this, we are done with the categories controller, but we also need to get the products, right? So to get the products, what we are going to do is we are just saying final get products provider is equals to a stream provider. Since remember that we are getting our data from Firestore as a stream, so we need to use the stream provider. And then we are just going to return categories controller provider dot get. Okay. So before we do that, we need to assign. We're just going to say final categories controller is equal to reference.watch categories controller provider dot state dot notifier. Okay, and then we're just going to return the categories controller dot get categories, and then let's just provide the semicolon. Okay, so what's happening here? So here we've created a categories controller which extends the state notifier. As we have said, we say that the state notifier exposes an immutable state which can change over time, reacting to custom events. So in this case, reacting to events that the user is going to trigger, right? So we have initialized our category service class, and then we have initialized the reference, which is a reference object from riverpod that allows us to access providers. And then we have created this categories controller constructor. We have provided the category service and the reference, and then we have set these constructors to our variables up there. And then here we have this stream, which is a list of category stream, which is going to return the categories that are in the category service. So after that, we have then created the categories controller provider. So what this categories controller provider is going to do is it's going to allow us to access method inside our categories controller. So we've created this categories controller provider, which extends the state notifier provider, which extends the state notifier provider, which is of type categories controller and also boolean, and then which takes in also the reference parameter. So we then use this reference parameter. To listen to the category service provider. So what this category service provider does is this one. What this category service provider does is allows us to listen to the changes that are going to happen in the services provider. Right. And then we are going to return the categories controller class. After doing that, we have created another stream provider for getting the products. Stream provider for getting the products from this is supposed to be return. That allows us to get products, which is a type of stream provider, since our product, we are going to retrieve our products as a stream. So it's going to be stream provider, and then we have firstly we need to initialize or to watch the categories controller to see if there are any changes in the categories controller. We then return the products from the categories controller. So in the next section, we are going to load our data into our database, into our widgets, right? And see. Okay, we're getting missing plugin exception, no implementation for my on channel plugins. Okay, so we are getting an error. So let me just check where this error is coming from. Okay guys, so I just found out this error is closed. To fix this error, you just need to stop the debugger. And then restart debugging again. Yeah. Okay, so this error is mainly caused by the minimum SDK is 20. So it's saying that the Cloud Firestore a higher Android SDK. So let's try SDK 20. So let's just go into our Android. Let's just go to Android. And then in the build.credo. So in the minimum SDK, let's just change it to 21. And then let's try again to debug our application. So as you can see, we've finally loaded our categories from Firebase Firestore. As you can see, before they were even loaded, there was a loader that was loading. So that's how we retrieve our categories from Firebase Firestore. Please make sure you click on the thumbs up button, subscribe, and turn the notification bell on so that you do not miss the next episode where we are going to retrieve categories, where we are going to retrieve products from Firebase Firestore. Thanks for watching, guys.
Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video we are continuing with our e-commerce series using Flutter in Firebase. So we'll be building a full stack application. So let's continue with today we are going to be retrieving products from Firebase Firestore. So let's go into our models folder. So let's go into our models folder, and then let's go to product model. So inside the product model, what I'm simply going to do is I'm just going to delete this, and then what we need is we need a product ID. We need a product ID. We need the product name. We also need the product image. And also need the price, which is going to be a double. And also need an odd price. Let's say, for example, if there's a discount. And the other thing that we need a boolean to display if a product is available or not. And then we also need the description, product description. And then I also need the product name, the category name, in case product belongs to a certain category. So after doing this, what we need to do is we need to generate a data class. We generate a data class. Okay, so now we have generated a data class. So now what we are going to do is let's go into our Firebase console. So if you have created a project, if you've been following along, let's create a folder called products. So we are not yet uploading. Let's create a folder where let's name it products. So in this folder, let's upload the products. So yeah, we are going to use only 3 products in this example. Okay, so we have ARV drugs. Let's just copy this access token, and then let's go to our Firebase database. Let's create another collection. Let's name the collection products. Auto ID. Let's say we have the image. And then we have the name, the product name. We said it's going to be ARV drugs. Also need the description. So for the description, what we are just going to do is just go on Google and then type lorem ipsum, and then we are going to just generate some dummy text that we are going to use as description. So let's say 35 words. Then let's generate. Let's copy this. And and then let's paste it in the description section. And we also need the price. Also need the price. So for the price, let's just say it's going to be a double. So let's just select number, and then for the price it's going to be 6.99. Let's add another field, old price. Old price, let's say it's $8.99. Let's change it from number, and then we are going to have is available, which we are going to set to true since we have the products in our store. Yeah, so basically that's it for this. Okay, this is supposed to be 8.99. Okay, so that's it for first product. As you can see, now we have our first product. So let's just add a second product to the collection. So first of all, let's go back to the Firebase storage. Let's copy the access token. Let's copy the access token. Let's go back to Firestore database products. Let's say 8 document auto ID, and then name, it's going to be clinical mask, and then image, let's just paste the access token, and then description, let's go back and copy our lorem ipsum dummy text. Then let's go back and paste it, and then the price is going to be a number. So let's say it's going to be 99 cents for the clinical mask, and then the price, old price, is going to be a double. So we're going to select number, and then let's say it's going to be $20, and then is available. It's going to be a boolean. Let's set this to true. So yeah, that's basically it. Let's save the second product, and then let's go for our third product and our last product, and then we jump back into writing the code to retrieve these products in our application, in our Flutter application. So let's copy this access token. Let's go back to Firebase, Firestore database products, and then we're going to say add document. We're going to select auto ID for this part. The name is going to be malaria tablets. Image, let's just paste the access token, and then the description, let's just copy our lorem ipsum dummy text. You can also add more products into your database, and then let's go to the price. Number, let's give it $9.99, and then like old price, let's just say $4.99, and then odd price, let's just say 6.99. Let's change this one to, since it's a boolean, 6.99. Then we'll say is available. In this instance, let's set this boolean to false. Let's set this to false. Okay, so now that we have added these products into our Firebase Firestore, let's go back into our Flutter project. So what we are going to do is, in the previous section we have been using fake data, as you can see. So what we are going to do is we are going to just get rid of this fake data folder. Let's just get rid of it. So now what we are going to our services file. If you go services file that we created in the previous episode, if you have not watched the previous episode, make sure you go back there. So what we are going to do is, let's just create a dat file called product service.dat. So in this, what we are doing, we are just going to create a class called product service. A class called product service. So what we are going to do is, we're going to just create a variable of Firebase Firestore, then say Firestore. So now we need to import this undefined class. What we need to do is we need to import so what we can just do is, let's go into our category service. On the imports, let's just copy this, import cloud firestore. Let's just copy this. Let's go back into our product service class, and then let's just paste it on top. Okay. So what we are going to do now is, we are just going to create a constructor called product service. In this constructor, we're going to say required Firebase Firestore Okay, this is supposed to be a small letter S. And then we are going to set then we are going to set this variable that we created on the top, the Firestore, to the one into the constructor. Right, so let's put a semicolon, and then we are going to create a collection reference. We're going to create a collection reference that's going to retrieve products from our Firebase Firestore. So now we need to go into our constants, into a file that we created, constants. Let's go to our Firebase constants. So what we are going to do is let's just copy this, and then let's just paste it below, and then let's change the categories to products, something like this, and then let's also change this variable to products. Okay, so let's go back into our product service. Inside this collection, what we are going to do is we are going to say Firebase constants dot, let's import it. We're going to say Firebase constant dot products. So okay, so what this line of code does is it's a collection reference. So what it's doing is it's referencing it will be referenced to this product collection. Remember that in Firebase Firestore we store data as a collection, and then inside the collection we have documents. So what it's just doing is just referencing to this products collection here. It's just referencing to this products collection that we are going to use to retrieve products into our Flutter application, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to create a stream which is going to retrieve a stream of a list of products. So let's go into if we go into a product model. Okay, so this is supposed to be a list product model, and then we're going to say get products. So let's import this product model. What we're going to do is we are going to return the products. We're going to return the products from our collection reference, a snapshot of the products. And then inside that snapshot of the products, we want to map through each and every document. So what we are going to do is we are going to, inside the snapshot of these products, we are going to map through each and every document. As you can see, we have this document that contains our products. So we are going to be mapping through each and every document. And then let's first create a list of an empty product. And then we are going to loop through every document. And then we are going to add each and every product in our documents inside our list that we have created here. and then we need to return other products. Let's just put a semicolon here. So what we are going to do is we are going to we are going to use a stream that's going to retrieve products from our Firebase Firestore. So now we are just going to return the product and then the snapshot from the products, and then we are going to loop each and every document in our collection. As you can see, we are going to loop through each and every document. As we are looping through each and every document in our collection, we are going to be adding it into our list, and then after that we are going to return a list of products. So now that this list will be populated with the products from the Firebase Firestore. Okay, so the next thing that we are going to do, but this one we are just going to create in this video, but we are going to use it later. We are also going to create another stream also, which is going to retrieve a list of products, product model, and then get you're going to get the product by ID, and then we're going to string, and then we're going to use a product, we're going to use the product ID, then let's just copy this. It's just the same. Let's just copy this, and then let's just paste it also here, and then let's change this to doc. Inside the doc, okay, I made a mistake. Let's just return products dot doc. We're going to use product ID, dot snapshot, and then dot map. We're going to map through each and every snapshot, and then we are going to say product, since we want to retrieve a single product from map. Let's change this to model. It's supposed to be product model. Yeah. Then we're going to event map string dynamic. Okay. Same product model isn't the type of so let's just, I made a mistake. Let's just say products product ID dot snapshot dot map dot map. We're going to say product model dot from map event dot data as map string dynamic. Okay, there's an error. I don't know why this is like this. Oh, let's I made a mistake here. This is not supposed to be a list, since we are only getting one product. Yeah, so we are only getting one product, because we want to retrieve one product by its ID. So what we are doing is we are just using this product ID, and then inside the products, as you can see, inside the products we have these products, and then we have this document which we are going to retrieve by product ID. So let's say if a certain product ID matches this document ID, this will be the only product that will be retrieved. Okay, so now that we are done with the product service, what we are just going to do is we just need to create a provider that we are going to use to retrieve this product service in our product controller. So I'm going to say product service provider is equals to provider which is going to take in a reference. Then we are going to say return. We are going to return the product service Firebase Firestore, and then we are going to say ref dot watch. Remember we created Firebase Firestore providers in the previous videos. If we go into our providers folder, as you can see, let's go inside the Firebase providers. We have the Firebase Firestore provider. So we want to retrieve that Firebase Firestore provider. Okay, so now let's just put a semicolon and let's import flutter riverpod. Okay, let's import flutter riverpod. Okay, so now we are done with product service, so let's move on to the product controller. Okay, now let's move into the product controller section. So in our controllers folder, we are going to create a file called product controller. Product controller.dat. Then let's create a class product controller extends. It's going to extend a state notifier from riverpod, which is a type of boolean. So a type of bool, then let's just let's import flutter riverpod. Okay, now we are just going to create a couple of variables. We're going to create the product service variable, product service product service. We are also going to create reference, which is going to be reference. We're going to create storage service, storage service, like this. Let's import. So let's import the product service class. Let's import the storage service. Okay, in this video, let's just leave the storage service. We'll talk about it later in the coming videos. So in the constructor, let's just say product controller. Then also need super, which is going to be false. Okay, I made a mistake. It's supposed to be required. So it's supposed to be product service. I made a typo. Okay, so let's create a stream, which is going to be a list. Product model. We're going to use this to retrieve products from Firebase Firestore. Okay, and then we're just going to return product service dot get products. Let's import the product model. We're also going to do the same thing for retrieving a product by ID. We are going to say stream product model get product by ID with string product ID. Then we are just going to return product service dot get product by ID. Okay, yeah, that's it for retrieving products. That's it that's it for the product controller. Now let's create the providers. Products controller provider. This goes to state notifier provider. Which is going to be of type product controller and boolean. And then final. Now we are going to retrieve the product service. Final product service. This goes to ref dot watch product service provider. And then we are going to return product controller product service. And let's just put a semicolon. Okay, now let's create a string provider for retrieving our products. So what we are going to do is we are going to say final get products provider is goes to stream provider. Reference dot watch products controller products controller provider dot notifier dot get products. Okay, so now we are done with the products controller. Let's move into, now we are creating the UI. So if we move into the products widget, if you remember, if we move into the product widget, what we are going to do is let's just change this stateless widget to consumer widget so that we may be able to consume providers. Consumer widget, let's import flutter riverpod. Okay, and then in the build constructor, let's just put the widget reference. So what I'm going to say is final final products is goes to reference.watch. Get products, get products provider. Let's import this. Then let's go and copy this. Let's just cut this, and then let's return products dot when. So here we're just going to say data error stack trace, and then let's just return the error. Inside our components we have the error widget. Yeah, let's just return the error widget. Let's import it. Error, and saying error dot toString. String, and then for the loading we need to display the loader. Okay, let's just import it, and then let's return the widgets that I did just let's return these widgets. So we are just going to make changes. Here we are just going to say data.length. Okay, then instead of image.asset, we are just going to change this to image.network, since now we are now getting these images from a network. And then I'm going to say data index dot image. Let's change this also. Let's just data supposed to be name. Let's change also this for the price. let's just wrap this into, let's just wrap this with a row. Then let's just copy this, and let's just paste it below. Then let's just change this to old price. Inside here, let's just change this, and then let's just put a decoration. Decoration. Let's just say deco. Okay, let's just say decoration text input decoration dot okay, I forgot how to put a line through, so let's just I'll just search how to do it, and then we can just change it in the next video. So now what we need to do is let's just say main axis alignment. We want a space between this space between okay, let's go down. Let's go up. There must be an error. Let's just delete this line. And then let's go into our home categories widget. Let's get rid of this import statement. Okay, so now that we are done with our retrieving products from Firebase Firestore, let's just restart debugging and see if everything is working well on our emulator. Let's see. So I think we still have one error in the products widget. Let's check what's going on. Now let's just remove this. Okay, so let's just restart our emulator and see. So as you can see, now we are now getting our products from Firebase Firestore. But as you can see, I wanted the old price to be cancelled. So what we can do is let's go into our then into our products widget under text, under old price. We can just say decoration text decoration dot line through. Okay, let's just reload this and let's see how it now appears in our okay, perfect. So now that we have retrieved categories from Firebase Firestore, we have retrieved products from Firebase Firestore. In the next video, we are going to be creating the product details screen, and in the next videos, we are going to be talking about how to add products into cart, favorites, and then how to make orders. And also in the later videos, we are going to create the admin panel for the e-pharmacy application. So thanks for watching, guys. Cheers, guys, and welcome back to my video. In this video, we are going to continue with our e-commerce series. So in this video, we are going to create the product details page. So if you go to our components folder, and then you go to our products widget, and then go to the card, we have this card. So I want to wrap this card with what we call a gesture detector. So what a gesture detector does is allows you to listen to gestures when a user clicks on this card. We make this card clickable. So, and then we pass in the parameter on tape. And then now we need to use the navigation router to navigate to another page. So I'm just going to say navigator dot push. We say navigator dot push, and then we pass in the context, and then we pass in the material page route. The material page route, and then we'll pass in the builder which then takes in the context. So if you don't know about navigation, I would encourage you to watch my video on navigation, then which is going to take us to the product
details, page, right? And then we need to pass in another parameter, which is settings, and then we use the route settings class. Let's use the route settings class. Inside the route settings class, we need to pass in the arguments, and then in this case the argument is going to be the data, and then we pass in the index of the product that we want. So what this will do is when we click at a certain product, it will locate that product by the index, and then we'll then use it to display the product details page. Okay, so we have not yet created the product details page, so let's go into our pages folder here, and then let's create what we call product details page dot. Okay, so let's create, it's going to be a stateless widget. Okay, so let's give it product details page. Okay, and then let's import the material dot file. Okay, right, let's go into our product widget, and then we need to import the product details page. Right, let's go inside, let's import the product details. Okay, now that we are done with the product widget component, let's go into our product details page, and let's begin working on it. Okay, so here we are going to return, let's remove this, we are going to return a scaffold widget. We are going to return a scaffold widget, and then the body, we are going to provide a body. We are going to provide a body which is a single child scroll view, and then the child is going to be, it's going to be a column widget, right? And then we need to provide the children inside the column widget, and then we need to provide some parameters to the column widget, and then with the main axis alignment, which is going to be main axis dot start, and then also need to provide the cross-axis alignment, which is cross-axis alignment dot start also. So if you are not familiar with row and column widgets, I would encourage you to go to my playlist on widgets and make sure you watch that. Okay, so the first child that we're going, we need a space between from the top. So to do that, we are going to give it a constant, which is going to be a sized box, and then we just give it a height. Let's give it a height of 50. And then the next thing that we are going to do is we need to display an image. So image.network, since this image is coming from a network, right? So image.network, and we're just going to say so before we do that, to retrieve the data that we passed in from the product widget, what we need to do is we need to go inside our widget build method, right? Inside the build method, and then we say final product is equal to model route dot of, and then we'll pass in the context. Which might be null, and then we'll pass in the settings, and then we pass in the arguments, and then as I'm just going to say as product. Then we need to import this product. Let's import this product. Okay, and then the model route, undefined name. I think I made a mistake. It's supposed to be, I said model, it's supposed to be model route. Okay, so now we need to pass in the image from the network. So we are just going to say product dot image, which might be null, and then the height of the image, we need to give the height of the image, which is something like 250, and then the width, we need the image to fill the whole space, so we are just going to say double dot infinite, right? So yeah, let's give it a semicolon. So if I reload this application, let's go to, and let's reload, and let's check on the emulator. Okay, as you can see, it has finished performing hot reload. As you can see now, we now get this image. Okay, so that we are done with, we need also to provide the fit method, which is going to be boxfit.cover. We want it to cover the whole space. Boxfit.cover. Okay, so now that we are done with the image part, we also need to display some icons. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to wrap this image with let's wrap it with the stack widget. So what we need is, you can just go here and then we say wrap it with the column, and then we can then change the column to stack, right? So below the image, what we need to do is we need to provide the positioned widget, and then let's give it and then from the top we have 10 from the top, and then from the left, a distance of 10 from the left, 10 from the left, and then we need to provide the icon, and then icons dot arrow back, okay, arrows.arrow back, and then we also need to provide the size. Let's give it a size. The size is 25, and then the color. Yeah, let's give it a color of blue, of black. Okay, and then also let's also display another icon. Okay, we are going to display, let's give it a constant here. And let's also wrap it with the gesture detector, right? So let's just say gesture detector, something like this, and let's remove this constant. And then let's provide the on tap method. So we want that when the user clicks this, we want this icon to take us back to our main page. So we are just going to use navigator.pop. Okay, let's just wrap this icon with a constant. Right, let's use another positioned widget again. In this case, it's going to be top of 10, from top 10, and then from the right we want also to give it a distance of 10, and then the child also is going to be a constant icon, then icons dot, we want to show a shopping basket. Shopping basket, and then let's give it a color, which is a color dot blue, and then a size of 25. Okay, so like this. Let's just remove this constant, and then let's just put another constant here, and then let's copy this positioned widget, and then let's paste it below. And then here we are going to change the icon to favorite. Let's change the icon to favorite. Okay. Let's change the icon to favorite. Something like this. And then, okay, we're something like this. This was a type. And then from the right, we want a distance of 60 from the right. So now that we are done with the stack part, let's just, if I press what reload, yeah, you can see now we have this with these icons. If I press this, you can see it takes us to the main page. Okay, so now let's just give it a space between the image. So we're going to just say sized box height, let's give it a height of 20, and then let's give another a text, so give it a text, which is going to be product dot name, and then let's give it a style, a text style colors dot gray, and then let's give it a font size of 25, and then let's also give it a font weight. Font weight, which is going to be font weight .w600, right? So this can be now, and then let's just make our text style constant, right? So the next thing that we need is okay, let's give it also a space. Use sized box, a height of 20 also, height of 20, and then let's also display, we are going to display text. Okay, so let's wrap this text with the center widget. So let's just wrap it with the center widget. Wrap it with the center widget, yeah. Now what we are going to do is we are also going to display another text. So what we need to do is let's just copy this text here. Let's copy this text here, and let's paste it here. And then let's change this name to description. And then let's change the color to black. Let's change the color to black, yeah. And then let's give it a font size of 15. Let's reduce the font size to 15. And then font weight, let's give it a font weight of 500. And then let's also center this. Let's center this widget. Center this widget, and let's also give it some nice padding. So also let's wrap this center widget with the let's wrap the text, in fact not the center widget, let's wrap the text widget with some padding. Okay, now that we are done, okay, also we need also to display the price. So what we are just going to do is below the description, let's just paste this, and then let's change this to price. So to display the price, what we need to do is we need to repeat, yeah, and then product dot price, yeah, something like this. Then let's change the text color to blue. Let's change the text color to blue. Let's give it a font weight of 25. It's okay. Everything is okay. So since we have the old price and the new price, let's just wrap it into a row widget. Let's put it into a row widget. Let's copy this, and let's paste it below. And then we're also going to display the old price. Then decoration, text, decoration dot line through, exactly, something like this. So this one, let's display it, let's give it a color of black, and then let's give them the space between main axis alignment and then main axis alignment dot, we want a space between them. Okay, and then let's give this raw widget some nice padding. Yeah, something like this. Okay. Now below the, let's give it a sort of like some spacing, constant sized box height 16. And then let's display an elevated button. An elevated button on pressed. This on pressed method, let's just leave it like that. Let's just leave it empty like this. And then the child, we're just going to display text. And then we are just going to say add to cut. And then let's repeat with the sized box. Let's repeat with the size box. Let's give it a height of let's give it a height of 50 and a width of 250. Okay, so let's also center this. Let's also center this size box widget, right? So now that we have done this, I think that's it for the product details page. So if I just click reload, yeah, now you can see now we have our product details page. Let's go to another. Yeah, you can see now we have our product details page. Okay, yeah, you can see now check operator used no value. Now check operator used only no value. So I think there is a value which is now in this. So I'll have to check which value is now. But as you can see, now we have implemented our product details page. So in the next videos, we are going to implement displaying products by categories, showing related products, and then we are going to go to adding products to favorites, and then adding products to cart, and then profile pages, and then we make sure that we do orders, and then we make sure that we wrap this application, and then we make sure that we move to the administration side. Thanks for watching, guys. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. So in this video, we're going to be displaying related products. So if we go into our product details page, we want to display similar products below this add to cart button, right? So how do we display related products? So related products are products that are in the same category, right? So if you still remember, we created this get products by category. So let's just copy this and let's paste it below because everything else is similar. So once we paste it below, let's just change the name from get products by category to get related products. So once we are done with this in our product service, let's move into our controller, in our product controller. So if we go down in our product controller, let's also just copy this, yeah, and then let's just paste it below. Then let's change it to get related products. Related products, right? And also let's change this function to get related products. Yeah, let's change it to get related products. And then the next thing that we are just going to do is let's just also copy this get products by category provider. Let's just copy this and then let's just paste it below, because almost everything is similar with what we did in the previous video. So let's just get related products, provider, right? So yeah, let's change this from category name to related products, right? Let's get related products. Okay, so now that we are done with this, let's move into our components, right? In our components, so what we are going to do in our components, we are just going to say related products widget dot dat, right? Then let's change this. This is supposed to be a stateless widget, right? Okay, so just going to say related products widget, right? So let's import the material dot dat, and then what we need is since we are going to consume our related products provider, let's extend the consumer widget that allows us to consume providers. And then in our build context, let's just change this widget reference, and then let's just say widget reference, and then let's import the flutter riverpod package. Okay, so now that we have imported the flutter riverpod package, what we need to do is we need to build a list view, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm also going to, we need to pass in the category name. So I'm just going to say category name, and then let's pass it inside the constructor. Okay, let's pass it inside the constructor like this, and then let's remove the constant. Okay, so now what we are just going to do is let's go inside our build function. What we're just going to do is going to say related products is goes to reference dot watch. Then we are just going to watch the related products provider, and then we are just going to pass in the category name as the argument. Okay, so let's import the folder. Okay, let's go back inside our products controller. Let's check. We said get related products provider. Okay, it's supposed to be get, and then let's import it. Okay, now that we are done, what we are just going to do is we are just going to return related products dot when, and then for the data, it's going to take in the data as a parameter, and then here must create an arrow function that takes in error as an argument, stack trace, and then we must display the error text. And then let's import the error text. Okay, let's import the error text, and then it's going must take in the error, and then we are going to just say error dot toString. Okay, like this. Okay, now what we need to do is also display when the data is still loading, and then we will just show the loader, and then let's import the loader. Okay, so now inside our we must just retain a container. Let's give it a height of 300. And then the child is going to be a list view. List view dot builder. So this allows us to display a list. If you don't know about the list view, I encourage you to check my video on list views and grid views. And then the scroll, we also need the scroll direction. Which is going to be axis.horizontal. Axis.horizontal, and then we also need an item count. So an item count, which is going to be the data dot length. And we also need the physics, which is going to be clamping scroll physics. And then we also need an item builder, so that this is going to build the items that are coming from our database. Item builder, and then we need to provide the context and also an index. Okay, it's a function, right? So now what we need to do after this is we just need to go to our, if we go to our product widget, right? Let's go into our product widget, and then let's just copy this padding. Okay, let's just copy this padding, because almost everything here is similar, and then let's just paste it inside our related products here. And then we must just say it must return okay, we must return a padding, and then let's just fix some errors. So the first one is we need to import the product details page. We need to import the product details page. And then let's then we need to just put a semicolon here. still have a couple of errors. Okay, let's just put a semicolon there. Then we still have some errors, so let's go at the top. Still have some errors. So let's check what's the error. Okay, I forgot a semicolon. Okay, so now that we are done with let's just move into our product details. Let's go into our product details, right? So that's the final part. So below the add to below the add to cart button, or below the size box, what we need to do is we just need a row, and then we're just going to say main axis alignment. Main axis alignment. This goes to main axis alignment dot space between. Then also need the children. Okay. There is no constant. Okay. So inside this children, what we need to do is we need to display a text. I'm just going to say similar products, and then let's give it a style. Colors dot blue. Font size, let's give it a font size of 20. Let's give it also a font weight. Font weight 500. Okay, let's just copy this and then let's paste it below. Let's paste it below. Let's just change it. See all. Give it a font size of 10. Okay, and then let's change it to black. And then let's give it a constant modifier, right? Yeah, so below this we are just going to, we just need a space sized box. Let's just give it a height of 16, and then sized box, give it a height of 16, and then below let's just give the products by category. Let's just say related products widget, and then let's import it. And then the category name, this goes to, let's say, product dot category name dot to string. Let's convert it to a string. Okay, so now we are done with the related product section. So if we hot reload our application, so as you can see, now we have related products here, but as you can see, this is too close to the screen. So let's just give this row a padding. Let's just repeat with the padding widget, and also let's just change this. So let's just remove these constants, and let's just constant. Okay, and also let's just change this font text. Let's give it a font size of 14. Then let's reload our application. Yeah, as you can see now, it's now displaying similar products. So if I go back to the main page, let's go to the coffee syrup. As you can see, we also have similar products below. So that's was it, guys, for similar products. If you find this video useful, please make sure you subscribe, click the like button, and make sure you share this video with your friends. Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers.
Hello guys, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to be searching products from our Firebase Firestore. So without wasting much time, go into our services folder and then open the product service. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to create a stream of type list and of type product. We are just going to name the function search products. It's going to take in a string and then we are going to return the products collection, and then we are going to order by the name. We want to order the products by the name. And then we want to start our query. We want to start at the so we want to start our query at the search. So what we are going to do, like if a user types in Apple, we want to start our query from the first letter, which is going to be A, up until to the last apple, which is going to the last letter, which is going to be E in apple. So dot end it. And then we are just going to limit the number of queries to 10. And then we must retrieve the snapshots. And then I want to map through each and every document. And then what to do is want to just create a list of products, an empty list of products that we are going to use to store products from our Firebase Firestore. And then we want to loop through each and every item in our documents. And then we just want to add, inside our empty list, we just want to add products from Firebase Firestore. We're just going to say product dot from JSON, and then document dot data as map string, then dynamic. So after this, we are just going to return the products. We're just going to return products. Okay. So that's it in our services folder. The next thing that we need to do is let's go in our product controller. If we go into our product controller, inside our controllers folder. So what we are just going simply to do is we are just going to create a stream of type list of type products. And then what you're going to do is we're just going to say Sage products string Sage. Then we are just going to return product service dot Sage products. Okay. Right, so now that we are done with this, what we need to do now is we need to create a widget that we're going to name Sage Delegate. So let's create it. Let's go inside our widgets folder, or inside our components folder. So let's just say Sage Delegate widget dot. Okay, so unlike other widgets, this one is, we are going to just name it the search products extends search delegate. Okay, so let's just import a couple of packages. Let's create 4 overrides. Okay, so what we need here is we need to take a widget reference from riverpod that allows us to locate providers, right? And then we also need a constructor. Search products, then we are just going to say this dot ref. Okay, so let's just import. So let's just import this flutter riverpod package. Okay, so the next thing that we are going to do is if you go into Flutter documentation, you will find this search delegate. So delegate for show search to define content for the search page, right? So in our first method, which is the build leading, as you can see, it says that typically an icon pattern configured with a big pattern that exists with the search with clause. So this will just show an icon. This will just show an icon when the user will be typing. So what we need to do is we need to just return the action, which is going to be an array, and then we are going to say icon pattern on pressed, and then we also need an icon. Sorry, we also need an icon which is going to be an icon icons dot search. Okay, so inside this on press method, we are just going to pass in a query, which is going to be just an empty array. And then the next one is build leading. So this one should display an icon at the front, so we don't need an icon here. What we are just going to do is we are just going to return null. Okay, and then the build results, these are the most important. That's widgets that we are going to use. So if we go back into our documentation, you will see that the below the app bar can either show suggested queries. So as the user will be typing, it will be showing suggested queries. Once the user submits a search, the results of a search is returned by the search delegate build results, build suggestions. So these build suggestions, we are going to use it as the user is going to be typing the search inside the search bar. It's going to display the suggestions below. Okay, so what we are going to do with this, we just need to get rid of this, and then what we need to do is we just say final products is equal to ref dot watch search products. Search products, and then we pass in our search parameter. Okay, so let's go back inside our our product controller. We forgot one thing inside our product controller. So what we need to do is at the top we need to just create final search products provider is equal to stream provider. So this family function will allow us to just pass in a parameter. Products controller dot notifier, and then dot search products. Okay, so now let's go back inside our search delegates. I forgot a semicolon. Let's go back inside our search delegate. Okay, search products provider. Okay, let's import that. Okay, let's put a semicolon. Okay, so what we need here, we need to provide a query. Yeah, the query parameter. And then what we are going to just do is let's go inside our product widget. Inside our product widget, let's just copy everything from our product widget because everything is going to be similar. So let's just copy from return products. Let's just copy everything here. Up to this part, okay. Let's just copy it. Then let's go back. Then let's paste it below. Then let's just import a few. Let's just import the error text. Okay, let's also import the loader. Okay, let's go. Let's also import the product details page. Okay, now that everything is okay, everything is now looking fine. So if we also, now we need to go to the next part, which is the build results. So the build results is just the same as the build suggestions. We only use the build results when the user has pressed enter on the keyboard, when they finished typing. So let's just copy this. We want to return results when the user finishes typing inside the search bar. Let's just copy that. Okay, I'll put the link for the documentation below. Let's just paste this below. Okay, now that we are good to go. Now the next thing that we need to do is we need to go into our home page or our main page.
Okay, so let's go inside our main page. Let's go onto the up bar. So inside the up bar, we are going to just actions to display an icon, and then we are going to have an icon. Then we need also the size, which is going to be 25. And the color, okay. And we also need a gesture detector. Let's just wrap this icon with the gesture detector widget. Okay, let's wrap it with the gesture detector widget. And then we need on tap. Why are we getting an error? Okay, so for the on tap, let's just give it a constant. So for the on tap function, what we need is we just need to say show search. So then context, we just pass in the context, and then for the delegate that we just created recently, we just pass in the search search products. If you still remember this search delegate, that we've created here. So we need to pass in this reference. So let's go back and then let's pass in the ref object. Okay, and let's just put a semicolon, then let's import it. Okay, now that we are done, I think we are still getting an error somewhere. Undefined ref track waiting. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to change this to consumer widget, and then we need to pass in the widget reference inside our build function. Let's just import flutter riverpod. Okay, yeah, now we are good to go. Let's just reload our application and let's see. Okay, so let's just give our icon, this icon, let's just give it some padding. Okay, and let's just give a constant. Let's just remove this constant here. Let's reload.
So if I click on the icon, you can see it has opened the search delegate. As you can see, if I start typing, as you can see, as I was typing, it was showing me the suggestion for the ARV. If I click enter, it will display the build result will be triggered. As you can see now, I'm seeing this ARV. If we click on the back button, it will take us back to the main page. Let's click it again. As you can see, if I type malaria, as you can see, it's displaying this malaria pills in our database. So that's it, guys, on searching products inside our Firestore database. If you found this video useful, please click on the like button and please make sure you subscribe so that you don't miss any of my videos on the Flutter e-commerce series. Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this video we are going to get the products by categories. So if we go into our application, we want that if we click, let's say, the surgical instruments, it's going to display the products that are in the surgical instruments category, right? So to do that, we need to create a stream which is going to return a list of products, which is going to return a list of products. We are going to give the stream a name, get the function get products by category. It's going to take in a parameter which is going to be a stream, which we are going to say category name. And then we are going to return the products collection, the products reference. And then we are just going to write a query where, so we want products where the category name is going to be equal to where the category name is equal to where the category name is equal to the category name parameter that we passed in, something like this. So if we go into our Firebase Firestore, this is the category name field right inside our products. As you can see, the products, we have the category name field. So this is the category name field. So we want to retrieve the category name field where it's equal to the product name, right? And then we just need to get the snapshots. We need to get the snapshots, and we also need to map through the snapshot. So you're going to say event. And then we are just going to create an empty, okay,
So I made a typo. Let's just remove this. Okay, map, just going to take in event, and then we are just going to create an empty list of products. This goes to an empty list like this. And then we're just going to say for the variable so now what we are doing here is we are just going to loop through the documents, right? We're just going to loop through the documents, and then as we are looping through the documents, what we'll be doing is we'll be comparing the category name variable if it's equal to our parameter, the category name, right? So if it's equal to the category name, what we are going to do is we are going to add it to the products. We are going to add it to the products list. And then we are just going to get the data in the document as map string and then dynamic. Since parameter type dynamic. Okay, I made a typo here. It's supposed to be separated like this. So what we are so now that we are done, we are just going to return the products. We're just going to return the products, right? So what this function does is it takes in the category name parameter, and then it compares this field, category name field in our products document if it's equal to this category name. If it's equal to that category name, what we are going to do is we are going to map. What we are going to do here is we are going to loop through each and every document, and then we'll be comparing the category name to the category name parameter. If it's equal to that, we are going to add it to the products list that I've created, this empty list. We are going to add it. As you can see here, we are going to retrieve the documents data as a map, which is a string and dynamic. Since, as you can see, this field name is a string, and then these field types, we don't know their types. As you can see, some of the types are boolean and some of the types are double. So that's why we use the string to map to the field name, and then the dynamic to the field type, right? And then after that, what we are just going to do is we are just going to return the products, right? We are just going to return the products. So now what we are going to do is we are going to in our product controller page, in our products controller, right? So if we go into our controller page, into our controllers folder, we are product controller. Here what we are simply going to do is we are just going to say stream list product, and as I get products by category name, it's going to take in a string which is going to be category name, and then we are just going to return the product service dot get product by category. Right, so that's it for the products controller. And then now we go outside the products controller class, right? What we are going to do is we need to create the products by category provider, right? So it's just going to say get products by category provider, which is equals to stream provider stream provider dot family, which is going to take in the reference and then the string, which is going to be category name, right? And then we are just going to return the reference dot watch, and then we are just going to watch the products controller provider, products controller provider dot notifier dot get products by category, and then we pass in the category name, and then we need to just pass in the semicolon. Here also we need to pass in the semicolon. So as you can see, previously we have been using the stream provider, but as you can see in this case we use the stream provider dot family. So what the family function does is it's a special function from riverpod that allows us to pass in providers with parameters. As you can see, our get products by category needs the category name parameter, right? So to do that, to pass that parameter when using riverpod, we use the family function, which is going to take in the reference, and then it's going to take in the arguments. So in this case, our argument is going to be the category name, right? So now that we are done with the products controller part, let's move on to the user interface part. So in the user interface part, let's go to our pages, and then let's create let's just say products by category page dot dat. So once you do that, and then let's create, it must be a stateless widget. Just saying products by category page, right? So let's import the material.dat, and then here, as you can see, we extend the stateless widget. But now, since we want to consume providers from riverpod, we need to extend the consumer widget. Let's consume the consumer widget, right? And then we also need to pass in the build context the widget ref. Okay, so what now we are just going to do is let's import, and let's import the flutter riverpod. Okay, and then here let's just return a scaffold. So let's just return a scaffold, and then let's provide it an app bar. Let's give it a background color, colors dot white, and then let's also give it an icon theme, which is theme dot of context, and then dot icon theme. Okay, and let's also give it a body. Okay, so in the body, so what now we are just going to do is if everything else is similar to what we did in the previous videos when we created the products widget, right? So if we go to our products widget, right, so what we are simply going to do is we are just going to simply copy most of the things here. So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to copy this, and then let's go and then let's paste it in our build method, right? Let's paste it in our build method, and let's just change it to get products by let's products by category provider, like this. And then let's import the okay, let's import the products controller. Then as you can see, we will get an error because we need the parameter. If you still remember, one positional argument, we need a parameter. So what I'm just going to do is here I'm just going to create a parameter called category name, and then I'm just going to pass it in the constructor. Required this dot category. Okay, let's remove the constant. Okay, and then let's pass in the category name here. Okay, category name. Okay, so now that we have passed in the category name, what we are simply going to do is in the body, let's go into our product widget, right? So here we are going to let's just copy this whole item here. So let's just copy it, and then let's paste it in the body. Okay, so let's import the loader. Let's also import the error text. And let's also import the product details page. Okay. Okay, we still have some errors. Let's check what's going on. Okay, we still have some errors. Okay, now we don't have any errors so let's go back to the top. So where the body starts, right? I want to go back to where the body starts. As you can see, in the body we are returning a grid view, but what if there are no products? So what I'm simply going to do is I'm just going to say if products dot is not empty, just say products. Okay, I made a mistake here. I made a mistake. It's supposed to be here. We're just going to say, okay, if the data is not empty, data dot is not empty. Yeah, if the data dot is not empty, then we are going to show this this grid view. Otherwise, if it's empty, we must display a text that no products in that category. Okay, so let's come here. Then let's just say center child text, and then say no products in this category. Then style text style. Let's give a font size of 15. Font weight. And then I'm just going to say font weight dot w let's give it a 500, and then yeah, that's it. And then let's just repeat with the constant here. Let's give it a constant. Let's give it a semicolon. I think we are done with the products category page. So now what we need to do is we need to go to our home widget. So inside our components, if you still remember, our home widget, yeah. Inside our home category widget, as you can see, that's where we display our categories here. So what we need to do is we need to just wrap this column, right? Let's just wrap this column with a widget, with a gesture detector widget. Gesture detector. Then we're on tab. Then we're just going to say navigator dot push. We are going to have a context. Then material page route, which is a builder, which is going to take in context, and then it's going to just return, and then it's going to return the product by category widget, product by category page. And then we need to import it. Product by category, and then we just need to import that. I think I made a typo. This will be product. Okay, products by category. Let's import the file. Okay. So now what we need to do is, if you still remember, we passed in the category name in the constructor. If you still remember, passed in this category name in the constructor, so we need to pass it as an argument. So what we just need to do is category name is equal to data index dot name dot toString. Yeah, we've just converted that into a string. So if we just reload our application, so we have just reloaded our application. If I just click on the surgical instruments, you can see that we have no products in this category. If we go back, the coffee syrup, as you can see, we have coffee syrup, we have these 2 coffee syrups, and also if we click on the it will also display the product details page. And also if we go into the next category, which is malaria pills, you can also see we are displaying malaria tablets. The same for the masks, and then the same for the contraceptive pills. Yeah, so thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for tuning in. If you find this video useful, please make sure you do me a favor and subscribe to the channel, and make sure you share the video with your friends. And yeah, that's it. Cheers, guys.